Hello, hello. Test, test. There we go. All right. I think most everything we need. Sounds coming through just fine. Good to hear, good to hear. Oh, part of your world? Oh, Mini Jigs. Thanks for the request. Welcome to the stream. We'll probably be doing just a little bit of chatting and warm up for the first probably 10 minutes ish, and then we'll play a warm up piece, and then we'll play part of your world. Okay? And let's get the alert post boosted real quick. Update and boost and good to go, I think. Oh, so how have your evenings been going? Evenings? Days? Depends on where you are, so I suppose. Let's see, let's bring vibrancy of 1 and 2 down. 3 is already down. Just found Mari Evangelion Tamagotchi. Oh, if you want somebody to talk to about Tamagotchi, I do have somebody that I know is rather into it. I used to be on cutie.city, though they moved instances a little while back, I think. Let's see, that's that. Okay, let's see. Haven't had a Tamagotchi in forever. Have they changed any over the last however many years, or is the basic design pretty much the same? Let's see. Repertoire. Go. Coffee. Good. Huh. All right, I think the text side's actually done. Oh. Sorry, Aurora. I'm not used to cats being under the desk. Feels weird. Look to be about the same, other than that it's Mari in there and it's Evangelion branded. What sort of branding does it have? Is it the coloration and like a symbol of some sort? Actually, how did they get Mari into the Tamagotchi? That definitely needs to be rehaired ASAP. That's one of those things that I need to get, like, info on 1 week and then take it in Monday so that they can have the bow back to me by the end of the week, hopefully. Because my backup bow is not particularly good, if you would believe it. Why do I have this? This would be more of a winter plain cloth. It's a little warmer than the than this sort of microfiber cloth. Maybe they just said, Mari, get in the freaking Tamagotchi. Maybe. It worked on Shinji, right? Yeah, the designs of it, the colors, that of Mari's of it. Oh. The pink plug suit. Right. I don't have an exact face or anything that comes up when I hear Mari, but cat hair. But yeah, the pink plug suit I definitely remember. And I think the only thing I need is system. Okay, reload that. There we go. Best character in the entire Evangelion universe, in my opinion, other than maybe Kaoru. Ah, good old Kaoru. I forgot one thing that I need to do. Oh. I was thinking about it earlier today when I woke up, and I was thinking about it as I sat at the desk to do administrative stuff, and I was thinking about it as I was setting up, and I still forgot, which is nails. Unfortunately, the nails on the left finger, or not left finger, left hand, I can't allow to be much longer than really ideally conforming to the circle of the or the circle of the fingertip. Yeah, nails be very important. Yeah. I'm just really glad that the one that I use to polish my nails also, if pressed, can actually take off a good bit of material. So I don't have to try to actually clip my nails in a hurry, because I won't say it'll end in disaster, but won't get the results I'm looking for, I think. And it also doesn't sound very good on mic. Just clip, 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 and just like. Feel definitely tired today. Didn't get to sleep nearly as early as I wanted to, unfortunately. Another one of those mornings where I'm really glad that I have fairly solid curtains near my bed. Because unfortunately, well, this would, if I was synced up to the sun, this would be fortunate, but my bed is has an east facing window right near it, and yeah. So if I'm not synced up to the sun, it's a little tiresome. You were up late last night too? Oh dear. Hopefully your sleeping schedule won't become quite as bad as mine is. It's would not recommend. There we go. Go. And there we go. You have no need to get up at a certain time for a week, so you'll be good. Just remember to give yourself some buffer room so that you can actually get back to your old or your usual sleeping schedule. Oh, that's okay for now. There it is. There it is. There we go. And all right. Go. Let's see. What do we want to warm up with? There is my sheet music. Let's see. There they are. Let's do Ancient Stones for warm up, and then we'll go to Part of Your World. There we go. there. There we go. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right, let's do Part of Your World from Little Mermaid. That was Part of Your World from The Little Mermaid. Again, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the request. Oh, Lance. Welcome back to the stream. I'm glad you're here before the staff roll. Lost Woods, Squirrel Angel's Thesis, place I'll return to someday. All right, looks like a good lineup so far. If you like what I do, like, subscribe, ring the bell, maybe tell your friends. Every little bit helps. I don't have long, but the timing finally lined up. I'm glad it did. What's up for you tonight? Sleep? Let's see. Lost Woods. Uh, 14 changing my audio system. Oh, by the way, I'm seeing on my sound monitor, I'm seeing like double the sound on the right. On the right ear, and I don't know if... Are you all getting that? Wait a minute. Is that... No, that's not it. Is there a dial up here that is off? Is that better? There we go. That makes sense now. Oh dear. Sounds balanced on your side? I don't know what the output was like, but on my monitor it was reading, the right side was reading really high. I don't know if it was just the effects that were only going through the right ear and not the left. It's, oh, you're watching on TV, so it's hard to tell? Hopefully that clears it. Alright, so here's Saria's song, or Lost Woods. Was Lost Woods. Thanks for the request, Lance. Next up, Cruel Angel's Thesis. This is one of the few pieces in my stream that gets consistently tagged by the YouTube copyright detection system as Cruel Angel's Thesis. Often, like, multiple different versions of Cruel Angel's Thesis on one playing of it. It's weird. Oop. Oh no, you're too good for YouTube? Right? Well, and the thing is, like, I'm playing solo violin, right? The the rally cry of copyright trolls. Oh god, yeah, there is absolutely that on YouTube. It's well, I suppose the Grassini project was just having, it wasn't copyright trolls so much as the original owners, being Japanese, don't know international copyright law, and YouTube system basically enables that sort of enforcement under non-understanding. It's yeah. At least I'm not getting my videos like taken off. Although there's a possible chance that it does kill the algorithmic stuff. But oh well. Anyway, Cruel Angel's Thesis. Oh. Before I start, I actually have to get Rawson on here. Oh. So do you have a raid lined up at a certain time? Or something else? Just playing for fun tonight? And what are you changing out for the audio system? Like living room speakers or something? Right, here's Cruel Angel's Thesis. That was Cruel Angel's thesis. It's my pleasure. Okay. Let's see. Place I'll return to someday is that a Muse score file we use? It is indeed. I forgot to bring my notes up, I think. There we go. Today's the 25th. Yeah, there it is. Alright, so this is from Final Fantasy IX. This is called the place I'll return to someday. That was The Place I'll Return to Someday, written by Nobuo Uematsu. Oh, Aurora. Please don't bump the camera. It's rather important. Actually, let me rearrange a couple of things real quick. I just realized that I'm not helping heat dissipation. Things good. All right. Good. And thank you for that request, Lance. What shall we play next? Feels like we haven't played what's its face? Octopath very much. Let's do Tressa the Merchant and then let's see. Do love some like me some Octopath? Yeah. Let's see. There's another one that I was thinking about that slipped my mind. Oh, Grandpa's Violin. There we go. All right. Dismiss. So this next one is Tressa the Merchant. It's from Octopath Traveler, which is a late 2010s? I suppose I should say early Switch game from Square Enix. And it's pixel art, but in Unreal Engine, with music that's very much sort of what we thought we heard when we were playing, SNES or the like PS1 and 64 generation of consoles. And part of the secret, I think, is that it forgoes a lot of the complex layering that we can have nowadays, because we can just have, as many, as many lines in the music as we'd like. We can have really as many instruments, right? And so a lot of the soundtracks that we get nowadays are these like super, super densely layered atmospheric tracks that aren't melody driven at all. And Octopath very specifically tries to keep the feeling of old, basically NES, SNES era games that by necessity had to be really melody driven for the most part. The reason for that is that they really only had maybe 3 or 4 tracks to work with. One of them could be taken up by sound effects. You'll hear this in certain games, maybe even Super Mario, where when certain sound effects play, part of the music will actually drop out. Yes, miss. And if you listen to the music, generally it's a melody line, a second harmony or counter melody line, and a bass / rhythm line, and really that's about all all they were able to have. But it's also what drove a lot of the pieces during that time to be so memorable. Because if they weren't, if their melodies weren't good, if they weren't memorable, they didn't really have anything else to fall back on. So yeah, Octopath Traveler tries to emulate that. And even if you don't get Octopath Traveler itself, the soundtrack is absolutely worth a listen. It's one of those games like Ocarina of Time, where there are easily more than 10 tracks that most people will recognize when they've played the game, which is rare. Um, Even, when you're talking John Williams, right? Um, Very, very lauded, famous, what people consider to be a good composer, right? And yet, you say, okay, Star Wars. Most people are going to recognize the main theme, the ba da da dum bum ba da da bum, right? And the Imperial March, um, and then the Force theme, which is also Luke's theme, the um, and then like Leia's theme, maybe they might recognize it, but they might not be able to name it, and that's like 4 tracks, and then you're really, scrounging for anything you can find, and really like Pirates of the Caribbean ends up sort of being the same way. It's I don't even remember the track names anymore, unfortunately. And even something like Lord of the Rings, um, 4 or 5 highly recognizable themes, and then really falls off in recognizability. Whereas Ocarina of Time and Octopath, and Ocarina of Time cheats a little bit because it has the warp tunes, right? Which some of them have fleshed out versions, like Epona's song and Lon Lon Ranch. But for the most part, they're really short. But they are recognizable, and even outside of those, there are easily 6 to 8 tracks, I think, full tracks that most people, I think, will recognize. And Octopath Traveler is very much that. Octopath, 8. There are 8 main characters, and each of their themes is super, super recognizable. And then the various town themes also end up being relatively recognizable, plus the first and second and maybe the third battle theme and the first and second boss themes, and and we're already easily over 10. All that to say that it's a wonderful soundtrack. Even if you don't get to play Octopath, the soundtrack is absolutely worth a listen. There's going to be something there for everybody in one way or another. Unless you only like noise music and like industrial, in which case maybe not. But other than that, there's a lot of different stuff on display there. Excited to play Octopath 1 and 2? Sitting in my Steam library waiting for me. I really need to get Octopath Traveler 2 at some point. I haven't listened to the soundtrack just yet because I wanted the impact of actually hearing them in context. But as time goes on, and less and less of that is so it's a whole soundtrack that I know is going to be good. That's just sitting there waiting for me. So yeah, let me take a sip, and then we'll play Trust of the Merchant, and maybe we'll play what's it called? Cyrus the Scholar as well. There we go. And even just between these two, you can probably hear quite a bit of difference. Even though these are probably some of the more similar pieces in the game, in the soundtrack. But anyway, here is first Trust the Merchant. Sorry about the error in the middle there. It's, probably saw my bow skip really badly, and this, the end got hooked on the skirt. That was a weird feeling. So standing and playing, you never get those issues, right? But sitting down and playing, it's always a matter of, okay, what's in the way down here? Sometimes it's the what do you call it? It's the elbow rests, which I learned to put as far down as humanly possible, real quick. Honestly, I wish I could just like take these out completely. As far as I know, they're just adjustable. Yeah, they have a stop that makes it so that I can't pull them all the way out. Which is, for a normal office worker, I can sort of see why. It's if they have it on the very, very end and then they press down on it, that may cause some structural issues. Me, I'm just like, let me take it off, you coward! Alright, so that's Tressa. Next up is Cyrus the Scholar. And whereas the previous one was very, relaxed, a little upbeat, but relaxed nonetheless, this one is a little more intense. Was Cyrus the Scholar. Thank you, thank you. And of course, that is one of our lovely waltzes that we have. At some point, I will literally just make a list. Aurora being a cat. Carol of the Bells. Unfortunately, Carol of the Bells really isn't possible on a single instrument, unless you've got like a piano or a guitar or a harp. Gotta get going with violins. Beautiful as always. It's good to have you for a little bit, Lance. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Let's see. Next is Grandpa's violin. Oh, Chocobo theme? Alright, let me bring that up in the order then. This is the Chocobo theme, originally written for Final Fantasy III, if you would believe it. That was the Chocobo theme. Oh, hi Alma. Good to see you again. Welcome back to the stream. How's your morning going? Up next is Grandpa's Violin, which is a piece from Dot Hack Sign, the anime Dot Hack Sign. This is one of the precious few Kajiura Yuki pieces that I have in my repertoire. me just a sec. I need to get something out of my cat's reach. I'm back. He was supposed to be the god of war, not chaos. And cuddles. Let's check that off. Let's see, let's see. Oh. I wonder if, let's see, fallen down. Well. Let's see. Do I have fallen down as a PDF? I do. Unfortunately, still fighting my tech because of that darn update. If I open that with Firefox, give it its own tab, then stretch it. There we go, horizontal scrolling. Oh, full screen will just send it to one. Yep. I want to get rid of the top and the bottom, like in a full screen view. But sending it to, or making it go full screen makes it want to only go to one monitor. Whereas I want one window stretched across two screens. Ay, ay, ay. That said, I think this is mostly readable. Alright, so this is, the thing that I wanted to add, but didn't add. There we go. Oh, Pirates of the Caribbean, yeah, we can do that first. This is a medley from music written for Curse of the Black Pearl, which is the first movie. All right. Was a medley of music from Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl, written by Hans Zimmer. Oh. Thank you for that request, Jix. Do you prefer Minnie or Jix? Oh, welcome to the stream, Versitive. So there's the streamer song list link that Nightbot puts out. The requests here are coming from that link. You can request, I think 3 at a time, but as many as you'd like over the course of a night. And I just play them as they get put up there. If there's nothing up there, then I sort of play whatever I'd like. Which Fallen Down is one of those pieces. This is the reprise version of Fallen Down from Undertale. That was Fallen Down from Undertale. Too Good Might Be a Robot? Maybe. I don't feel like a robot. It's, my body is constantly in revolt. Speaking of which, You take meds real quick. Normally I take them right before stream, but today I forgot. I think I looked at the drawer and then just went, wait, what was I supposed to do again? All right. So next request comes from Versative. Merry-Go-Round of Life. Ever a popular one. This is, of course, from Studio Ghibli's Howl's Moving Castle, and as always, written by Hisai Shijo. So this is one of our 6 or maybe now 7 waltzes that we have. I think currently the 7th waltz is being worked on. I'm fairly sure it's a memory from Ib, which is difficult to sight read from a piano transcription. Oh, thank you, Jakes. Thank you. Appreciate the donation. I was about to say, I have custom transcriptions available to everybody on my Coffee account, but I don't think I have one for Merry-Go-Round of Life. Working on it. That was Merry-Go-Round of Life. Thank you for the request, Versitive. Oh, welcome to the stream, Martin. So I guess since we have some new people, welcome to the stream. I'm Octavia. Just your, well, not your average bard. Started violin when I was 5, piano when I was 4, and Super Mario when I was 3. All of that with the enabling of my mother. So all of this is her fault in the most positive way. But I play soundtracks, so game soundtracks, movie soundtracks, anime soundtracks. We even have a couple of visual novel soundtracks. So yeah, it's what I play. It's I can take requests for the 100 and currently 28 pieces in my repertoire here. But also, if you have a soundtrack that you like, that you'd like me to play something from, you can just request it in chat, and we'll see what we can do about finding some sheet music for it. It's not always available, especially for more or lesser known soundtracks, or even less popular tracks within them. But more than half the time we do end up finding something decent that we can play. So it's always worth a try. And also I have the coffee account there. Aside from taking donations, the one-time and both one-time and recurring, also hosts some of my custom arrangements that I have for various pieces. I think the two notable ones at the moment are the main theme to Chrono Trigger, as well as Ancient Stones from Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Speaking of which, let's see. Matoya's Cave. Okay. Can definitely do that. Matoya. Right, so this is originally from Final Fantasy 1. I have it titled under 14 because that's where most people know it from. But it is originally from 1. Oh, hi, Benito. Good evening to you. You were making a meme? Wait, what? Did you post something on Fetty that I haven't seen yet? Speaking of Fetty, I'm gonna boost the alert post. Anyway, here's Matoya's Cave. was Matoya's Cave from Final Fantasy 1 and 14. Benita, how long have you been playing violin? Um, almost 30 years? Hey, Benita, you have the official title on Numbers channel? Supreme Dark Lord of Destruction Chaos? I don't know. Balthazar was contesting you on that title tonight, a little earlier. Thank you for that request, Versitive. That track doesn't get enough love, honestly. Wait a minute. That is the wrong one. Huh. So here is a track that I do have a custom transcription for. And by custom, I mean I wrote it myself. This is the main theme from Chrono Trigger. There we go. This was, and for those that haven't played it, it was a Squaresoft RPG towards the end of the pixel art era. Oh, thanks again, Cheers. Oh, thanks for coming, Jix. Thanks for the donation. And it's really one of the best RPGs that I know of. Both musically, but also as an RPG. Oh, hello, Milk Toast. Good to see you. Good to see you. We were just about to play the main theme from Chrono Trigger. That was the main theme from Chrono Trigger. Just wanted to stop by and say hello. It's getting a bit late for you. A long day. Time for me to get some sleep. Night, night, and take care. Sweet dreams. Hopefully, see you again soon. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Chaos's theme. This is a piece from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. If you've seen a toucan with a concertina, which is an accordion but smaller, that's Cass. This is his theme. If you hear it, generally he's nearby. He's at a lot of different places. Actually unlocks half a dozen shrines for you in various ways. Or at least helps you do it. Anyway, and this is also another one of our adored waltzes. So concertina, yeah, they're so nice. Especially the concertinas that the one button plays the same note going in and out. The ones that like change depending on whether it's in or out. Oh, that those I just don't get. That was Cass's theme. written by Kondo Koji. Generally speaking, Kondo Koji doesn't write whole soundtracks anymore, but it is nice to see when he has credits on a soundtrack. You play that kind. It's like, wait, does harmonica also change blowing in or out, or blowing out or sucking in? I'd like to try the English concertina sometime, the one that doesn't change it with in and out bellows. Yeah, it's like with the with the one that does change with in and out. I would think that certain note combinations would be impossible to play, which is like a limitation that I'd really rather not have. Yep, harmonic has different reeds for in and out. I never knew that. I thought it was always I thought it was just blowing. Since we're doing Zelda, let's do Clocktown and maybe Grandma's theme. Of course, if you like what you hear, like, subscribe, ring the bell. The bell makes it easier to find your way back. You're certainly restricted on Anglo sometimes, but more often than not, nice harmonies are fairly easy to find. Yeah. So for me, a lot of the what do you call it? The satisfaction of getting a like a crunchy harmony, that sort of thing, and resolving it into something nice. I don't know how. I don't know if it restricts that. Is mostly what I'm worried about. As long as you're in C, G, D, or A. Fair. No flats for the concertina. A3. How does that work? 5, 6, 7 is 5. Yeah. Not really, no. Oh dear. Alright, so here's Clocktown. This is from Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. It's good for the keys. Most Irish session music is played in. Yeah, that's true. That was Clocktown from Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. I think up next we're going for Grandma's theme, which is Zelda Wind Waker Grandma's theme. How many pages? Oh, just one page. So it's definitely one of the things about violin is that it tends to be good in GDA. Oh, hello, sir. He's bonking, but sideways. Do you need cuddles? You want to come here? Oh, up there. Just a little bit more, and then I gotta get playing, right? Just a little bit more. Oh. All right. Far less scary than the Hills Have Eyes horror movie reference. The Void has eyes, scarier than the the Hills Have Eyes. That's fair. That's fair. If you'd like to sit on the desk, you can. I do have to play though. Unfortunately, there's not very much room back there right now because the screen's down. See what I can do about freeing some space up for you later, okay? Alright, so this is Grandma's theme from Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. was Grandma's theme from Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. Hi, Vivian. Good to see you. Might not stick around, but I wanted to check in. Good to see you even for a little short while. Just did a bunch of drawing and I'm exhausted. Ooh. I mean, only had it for 2 hours and I wish I got more done, but my brain is telling me I'm hitting my limits. Yeah, it's good to listen. And there's a possibility that your hands are too. Especially if they like aren't used to 2 hours of intensive drawing nowadays. Oof. Speaking of, I need to. Boo, being exhausted? Yeah. Got distracted making a meme? You're back. Definitely not used to doing that much drawing anymore. Slow and steady, slow and steady. Which can be hard when it's, when it's hard to get days that you can actually draw. And when you finally do, it feels like you just want to keep going and going and like make the most of that chance. And then you pay for it the next day. Oh, actually, let me stretch a little more. Yesterday did me no favors. Yeah, I want everything to be done. Yeah, it is like that, isn't it? You want to get paid? Yep. So luckily for me, it's, well, luckily and not luckily. How much I get paid, or when I get paid, is not so much dependent on how much work I put in or how much music I get done, so much as sort of random chance. I can increase that chance by doing, like posting more and keeping a consistent schedule and all of that, but for better and worse, there's no definite amount of work that I can do that gets me a certain amount of money. Which, on one hand, that means that I can't really, like, do more work to get, a certain bill that I really need paid. On the flip side, I don't, that ends up not being one of the, it ceases to be a reason that I overwork myself, right? So it's a really give and take. Really give and take. Oh. Why is that shoulder so tense? I don't get it. This shoulder does all the work, right? And then this shoulder's sitting there like, and like this I get being tense. But, well, no, I know why it's tense. So this is the back part of the deltoid here. And then there's also the teres major, teres minor, infraspinatus. Then really the lats too. They do some work. But this is all of the stabilizing structure for my left arm. And it's not out this way, right? It's not out this way. It's turned completely up and around, which actually is done by some of the muscles in here, if I remember correctly. Contracting. Is that right? Doop-a-doo. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Just a little bit more stretch, and then we'll do Underwater Waltz and Rose of May. And whatever other requests may come in after that. I'm still happy to look up at my monitoring screen and see the geeky art piece up here. Oh. 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 Okay. Love like geeky's pretty great. Really want more art over here, and really if I can, like, I mean, I would have more art up here too. I don't really know what I can do with it. I might be able to hang the, what do you call it? This? The SV on Sunday? I might be able to just get it looped into this, or onto this, and just have it like here. I'm jealous. I might be able to point you to the artist. I'm not quite sure. I'd have to search through some things. Is there a signature on that? I really hope there's a signature. No. Artists, put your signature on things so that I can know what the, yeah, know who made it and get more. Or like not even a signature, like just a, like, the name, so that like it's super clearly legible, just in the corner, like along here. If you happen to come across the artist, let me know. If you want, I could draw an egg. I don't have a good signature. Okay. I'm actually kind of wondering what I'm going to do with this space, because like if I hang a relatively large art piece, it's actually going to mitigate some of the effect of these tiles. That said, if I actually fill in this space with tiles, I may be able to get away with some of this being negated. Thoughts. Or I could like have a large piece up here and have Kiki back here. Yeah, I have to think of the acoustics of it, I suppose. Yeah, it's, and like one art piece isn't going to change the acoustics completely. But it's just a, like part of the reason I have it in a checkerboard pattern, right? The sound treatment tiles is that I don't have enough money to black out this whole thing. And also that would take a lot of energy. A lot of energy and a lot of funds. Putting these up it's an endeavor. Measuring and actually drawing the things, and then putting the command strips up, and then getting the command strips onto the tiles, and then actually putting them up one at a time, right? Those have command strips. So, command strips are right now it's in a package of 4, right? But this is, you can see where it tears off, and each of these will join in, will like go like this and sandwich them and press. That's how you get them to stick together. And it's really strong. Like much more than necessary to have these super light things stick. But it means that I can also take them off. Which means that if I want to have an art piece, say for these 4 tiles here, 1, 2, 3, 4, I can put an art piece there and then just make it up somewhere else. And I won't have, like, tearing them off isn't tearing them off, it's just undoing the command strips. And that can also allow me to put command strips on the frame. Currently fundraising for command strip funds. And also for picture frame funds, honestly. Solid solution right there. Yeah. It's one of those moments where I go, thank you, past Octavia. You had a little more foresight than usual. I think the only tiles that aren't, oh, that's actually part of the reason that I can so if you look here, it's curved, right? And if you look here, you can see where the ceiling curves. Wait a minute. It curves this way. There we go. Curves here. The reason I can have this is because the command strip is here and about the middle here. And this part is just being held up by the tension between those two against a concave surface. Thank you for the reminder. But these two tiles, the diagonal ones, they're just resting on the curtain rod. So I can actually, those are still super, malleable, that space rather. And I can have like a full art piece up there, a larger one if I'd like. And then just have those tiles elsewhere. So yeah, there's a lot of modifiability, I just realized, if I have the funds. Slowly, slowly. It's like each set of command strips and the tiles aren't super expensive, but like getting enough to fill this out starts getting kind of. I think I have something like this going basically from here all the way across to my front, and that I think cost me just south of $100 total for the command strips and the tiles. And granted, with the command strips, I'm putting 4 on each of these, so that like they're not like sort of leaning off and getting demorphed and all that. So like there's a little extra cost there than might be needed, but yeah, it's about $100 to get 4 by checkered pattern all the way across here. So yeah, if I was to do like more of this room, it would be a little more. Just did some organizational stuff using magnetic hook things. Made it so I could put a keyboard and a TV remote on the side of an end table versus on the top of the end table. Ooh. Magnetic hooks. Oh, so do you have a little magnet attached to each item that you want to have there? And then you just go snap to the magnets hanging off of the side of the end table? That's super neat. Yeah, it sounds like it. It's, organizational things that I wish I knew and that I wish I could implement. Those are two different things. There's a lot of my room isn't properly organized, but there is also, various things that I've been able to do that, like these, honestly. You love organization? I like organization. I like the results, but having the funds to do it and the executive function to do it have both always been an issue. So like I have certain portions of my room that are organized and certain other portions of my room that are just like you get to be the Chaos Zone and hope that the 3 agents of chaos I have don't, um, combine forces with the Chaos Zones. You get a tad obsessed? Perhaps that's better than super messy, though. Also, for anybody who's new here today, this is how I get sometimes. Sometimes we'll play, music for an hour, hour and a half straight, and then sometimes I sit here and just talk with chat for like 30, 45 minutes. For 45 is a little much. Usually it's like 10 to 20. Unless I get really, really going on a ranty tangent. I've definitely done ranty tangents for like 30, 40 minutes before. Or transgender informative stuff. Which is... I'm fairly sure we talked about the development of Bridget and the and her arc as a trans woman, and like the support that the director and the company actually give that idea and really endorse it and defend it, and like the broader world's reaction to the most recent stuff, and that how that ties into trans representation in media. And in my case, very much specifically to games. My knowledge outside of games just drops right off a cliff. Anime is so-so, but you don't have any trivia because your brain is so fried. Maybe that's the trivia for tonight. It was a very good discussion. Oh, the Bridget one. So one of my favorite pictures is a those "my name is" and then blank stickers that you can put on like your chest. They're about like that big, like playing card size ish, right? One of my favorite pictures of her is that, but with her hoodie just plastered with 2 rows of just various names going down below the frame that start with Bridget, of course. And then it's the brisket, biscuit, basket, and it just goes on and on and on and on. And like I said yesterday, it's very much like Benedict Cumberbatch. If somebody knows, they'll take any word that's like 2 to 3 syllables with a B at the front and get exactly who you're talking about. All right, let's play Underwater Waltz and then Rose of May. Oops. No reverb for that one. That was Underwater Waltz from the original Super Mario Bros. Game. Up next is... Oh, and thank you for the request, baby. Next is a request from Versative. This is Rose of May from Final Fantasy IX. This is Beatrice's theme. Oh, gotta go? Alright. Night-night, Vivi. Sweet dreams. Take care. That was Rose of May, Final Fantasy IX. Thank you for that request, Versative. Oh, I gotta go to sleep. Nice discovery. It's nice to discover Octavia, you guys. Glad to hear it, Martin. Take care. See you again soon. Let's see. What shall we play? Does anybody have any requests? Let's do Zelda's Lullaby. Feels like it's been an age and a half since we've played it. In this case, age and a half evidently means a month and a bit ago, which is, it does feel like an age and a half. A month feels like an age here. Play along this one? Okay. I was thinking what else to put behind that. I want to play Memory from Ib, but I know it's not ready yet. I want to play what is it? Big Blue, or was it Mute City from F-Zero, but again, not ready yet. Oh, hello, Sugar. It's good to see you. Good morning to you. It's always interesting seeing your posts because by the time I wake up, generally it's you've already posted a good night or getting close to posting a good night post, and then of course the other way around. When I'm going to sleep, it's you're posting your hellos, and then usually Holly is also starting to stream by that point too, which is uh, it's terrible. Let's play. Wait a minute. What was I looking at? Godfather theme. There we go. All right. First, here is Zelda's Lullaby from Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Yeah, my European time zones aren't really all that great for watching your streams. At least my streams are like late enough that you can hop in if you wake up early enough. So my streams are actually like horrible for East Coasters, U.S. East Coasters, but like Europe's waking up, and Asia and Australia are like mid afternoon, and so I end up actually having evidently a decently sized audience from South Korea, which is really odd to think about, but yeah, evidently the viewership goes U.S. and then I think Mexico and South Korea are tied for second. Feels weird. Okay, here is Zelda's Lullaby. That was Zelda's Lullaby from Ocarina of Time. Next, we'll do the Godfather theme. Thank you. was the theme from The Godfather. No, I don't have a guitar in my hands. European streams are hard for me to catch unless I randomly wake up at 4 a.m. Yep. Yep. It's, I mean, I think, or especially the streams that start a little earlier, are harder to catch, I think. Europe's what, about 8 hours ahead? Oh, so minus that, yeah, so like, if to catch a stream like mine that tries to start, like 17 to 19ish, have to wake up here. At least we live on the West Coast, not the East Coast. But we'd have to wake up, somewhere between 9 and 11. But there are streams that, start a lot earlier in the day too. So, and I was working at like 4:45 a.m. and saw a stream notification from Holly. Almost joined, but more sleep won the battle. That's fair. That's fair. With Holly and Fen and Word and Luna. The good part is that there's a good number of time zones covered. The bad part is that, like, often I'm not able to see most of Holly's streams, which sucks. Though I think, was it Luna that tends to start early? Word or Luna? Maybe both. Tend to start relatively early in the day. And they're more East Coast, so like on the West Coast, it still ends up being 8, 9, 10 in the morning. It's like I'm a bard. I can't wake up that early. I can. I just have to be asleep by like 22ish. Let's see. You know what? Let's do a little bit of Super Mario, shall we? Let's do file select and inside the castle walls. You can do 9 or 10, but 5 is oof. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. That's yep. I tend to prefer and part of the reason that I can tune into Fen and Numbers streams are that they tend to start 12, 13, 14ish my time, and then go usually until roughly around when I'm starting to stream. And so it ends up being sort of just a pre-stream hangout and listen while I'm prepping. So yeah. Speaking of Numbers, hello, hello. We were just talking about various streams and their time zones, where Holly streams that start in European time. And for her, they tend to be relatively, like noonish, maybe just early afternoon. They end up for us being like, 5 a.m., which is, Whereas your streams, Fen's streams, tend to be relatively, they tend to start around noon our time, which gives me time to actually watch them usually in like my pre-stream hours. And then once it hits like 17, 18 my time, then usually it's, my basically quarter of the day to stream. So it works out relatively well. But unfortunately, that means that I don't get to catch nearly as many of Holly's streams as I would like. Best to catch up at least one of the streams once a weekend. I try, but I tend not to like live streams that I'm not seeing live. And so I usually try to do my best just to actually catch them live when I can. Although being on being on various Discords has helped a little bit because, and then I get a little more direct notifications of when various streamers are going online. All right, we were just about to do file selected inside the castle walls. Also, I'm thinking of actually doing last call relatively soon. So, how many people do we have here right now? Do we have 10-ish people? So, for anybody that's new here, hey, welcome. But also, the my repertoire of 128 pieces at the moment is at that link. You can use that link to request pieces. And last call is basically kind of like a kitchen last call. It's one last chance to request something. In my case, I try to keep it to one piece per person. I know not all 10 of you are going to request something, right? Like, some of you are lurking, some of you don't don't want to go access an external website while watching the stream. But say we had 5 of those people request 2 things or 2 pieces, then maybe 10 pieces plus the finisher, which is a long time. So last call is one last request per person. You boosted the stream on your way in? Oh, thank you, thank you. That always helps. Little bursts of visibility here and there throughout the stream is really nice. Even angels get emotional. Wait, Numbers, were you here last night? I know I played Even Angels Get Emotional, but I don't remember... Actually, I think that was of my own volition, wasn't it? I had seen your reply to my Ancient Stones video post. And I was like, oh, I need to play that. You're not? Somebody else must have requested it? I was about to ask the same thing. Yeah, I was the one that requested it. Number, Sugar, MJ. Anybody else that wants to put in a request? We have room for at least a few more. I'm calling it relatively early tonight so that we can finish probably the first half of the 4th hour of the stream. I still haven't put a composer on Even Angels Get Emotional. While people are looking at looking through my repertoire for last call, let me look up the composer for Needy Streamer Overload. Soundtrack was composed by Ioban. Okay. Artist Ioban, and let's numbers. There we go. Go. That hopefully updates the widget sometime soon. Wonder if I do. What does it take for an update to happen? Aha! Okay, there we go. Just 3 requests for this last call? Instead of going until like 1 a.m. like last night? I promise I will get into bed by 0300 tonight instead of, after sunup like yesterday. You promise nothing? No worries. It's I think your bedtime and wake time as well is probably a little more stable than mine is most of the time. All right. I guess we'll add SM64 staff roll at the end here, and then call it a good list. Oh, hello, hello, Kayak. Welcome to the stream. We were actually just doing last call for requests. So this is a link to my repertoire. This is where people request things from and they go up here. Last call is basically everyone gets one last request for the night before we play through them and then end the stream. So if you see anything in there that you like, feel free to request it. It doesn't cost anything. And we can fit it into the last call and play it so that you at least get one request played before the end of the stream tonight. Oh. My. So, Fallen Down hadn't been played in probably a month or more. And earlier today I looked at it and went, huh, kind of want to play that. And I hadn't expected anybody else to request it, let alone on the same day. Thank you for that request. So I'll put it up there. We'll play the SM64. Actually, let's see. Let's actually do Fallen Down first, and then Fast Select Inside the Castle Walls, and Even Angels Get Emotional, Green Greens, Cheetos Waltz, Staff Roll. Yeah, that feels good. Oh, perfect. I even have the music up. Oh, hello, Stephen Nguyen. So we're currently in the last call portion of the stream. This is my repertoire. Any requests there, go to here. Costs nothing. Last call is everyone gets one last request. So if you see something that you'd like me to play, just put the request in, and we'll fit it in here. And, we'll play through that and then end the stream. Oh, also, if I haven't said it yet, welcome to the stream. So first, here is Fallen Down from the reprise version of Fallen Down from Undertale, written by Toby Fox. How has Fallen Down? Fries. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. I'm glad you like it. It's unfortunately, I haven't actually played Undertale just yet. I have it. It's in my library. I'm working on. But and thank you for the request. It's good to see Fallen Down get some love. Right, beautiful? Thank you. Let's see. Next up is File Select and Inside the Castle Walls from Super Mario 64. That was File Select and Inside the Castle Walls from Super Mario 64. Up next is Numbers Request. It says, even angels get emotional. This is one of, I think, maybe 2 pieces that are visual novel soundtracks and not game, movie, or anime soundtracks. This one in particular, like, I'm not a particularly large fan of visual novels. Generally speaking, I don't know if I've really played much more than an hour of any of them, to be honest. And granted, I know that they're foundational to certain what do you call it? To certain franchises, like Fate, right? Like Fate Stay Night was a visual novel first, and that spawned a spiraling mass, just a bunch of things that have gone on to be a fairly popular franchise. Numbers, speaking of impactful, have you finished Evangelion? Oh, Numbers, you did? God's the ending, still reeling? You watched the movie too? It's a lot to digest. MJ, you said there was a something with an actually good ending in Evangelion? Was it the rebuilds? I seem to remember you mentioning exactly one that had a good ending. Yeah, the rebuilds. Oh, you'll be back to check it out. Want more for the Evangelion franchise? So here is Even Angels Get Emotional. was Even Angels Get Emotional from the visual novel Needy Streamer Overload. That was beautiful. Looking forward to that one. Glad. It's good to see. It's good to have you back requesting it again. So it feels like a lot of pieces, sort of, especially with 128 pieces, right? I can't get around to all of them while I'm playing, and often I'll forget about little bits of my repertoire. And so having people that really like a particular section of it it's really nice. Make sure that all the music gets the love it deserves. Thought leaving my current job would have given me more time. Boy, was I wrong about that. Yeah, you've definitely been on an art crunch the last... Is it a week-ish? Oh, numbers. I have a couple of stretching and massages specifically for you. You've probably been here for other stretch sessions, but there are certain ones that I want to emphasize. So stay till then, okay? Oh. So this motion, right? A lot of people in the U.S. have read this as this, like shoe, and for me, it's this come, right? Or like asking somebody, or like that sort of thing. So it's been interesting to see the I think in Japan this is more common, the come. And I think here nobody uses this motion. They use this motion for like shoe. And so people read this as this. Hello, Aurora. Our resident goddess slash familiar. What? I gotta play. Okay, just a little bit. Hopefully it's been fun busy versus work style busy. Oh. And she does this most adorable thing where she just scrunches up her nose a little bit. She gets like wrinkles down the flat of her nose gets wrinkles down it. First few days were self-imposed stress to try to tackle it like I do my normal work. They're not the same. I think of easing into it now. That's good to hear. Yeah, different types of work definitely require different approaches. Right, next up is Green Greens from Kirby's Dream Land. Miss, that's not a thing to rub your face on. Thank you. It's my pleasure. Thanks for requesting it. Two pieces left. Cheetah's Waltz, and then the staff roll. No, was Cheetah's Waltz 2 pages? Was 2 pages, good. Makes things easy. This is Chihiro's Waltz from Studio Ghibli's Spirited Away. Miss? That was Chihiro's Waltz from Spirited Away. As always, written by Hisaishi Joel. Goodness, I love this piece. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure. Definitely I'm gonna have to get a good stretching session in tonight. Both. So, of course, if you like what I do, like, subscribe, ring the bell. If you'd like to help me continue to do this, donations are one of the best ways. The coffee account that's linked sometimes by Nightbot, and also it's in the description, handles both one-time and recurring donations. And the recurring ones especially are really, really nice and dependable. And I can plan around it, which is nice. But also on the coffee account is a collection of my custom arrangements for various pieces. And those are available to everybody. Both the PDFs, which are, well, you know what PDFs are, as well as the Muse score files, which are the editable versions of those, I suppose, which something that you can edit with free software. Muse score. It's also the website that I tend to use for a lot of my sheet music. So, or finding a lot of my sheet music, I should say. Oh, another person that knows sugar. Also, if you see a piece of sheet music in my collection that you like but isn't in the right clef, the right key, I can edit any of those relatively quickly and get a PDF file to you if you'd like. So yeah, my messages are fairly open-ish. How do people message me? There's Fetty. I think there's an email account as well that I do get notifications on. Fetty, I don't get notifications, but I check it every day anyways. So, oh dear, lower back. Ugh. Smoke signals. I don't see smoke signals. I will smell smoke though. So if you'd like to get within 100, 200 miles of me and cause like a regional forest fire, then that'll get my attention. It'll also cause me headaches and other nasty things, but it will get my attention. Carrier pigeon. Carrier pigeon might work, although we do have cats. So hopefully carrier pigeons trained in infiltration and stealth. Yeah. Anyway, here's the last piece. Thank you all for making this stream so fun. I didn't expect such a lively stream on a Sunday, but here we are. This is the staff roll, the ending credits to Super Mario 64, written by Kondo Koji. was the staff roll to Mario 64. And the last piece of this stream. There we go. Dropped quite a few frames there. Unfortunately, the graphics card's been hiccuping possibly since the last driver update, which is possibly a lesson to me to stay, you know, a few versions behind. Froze for a bit, yeah. It's. I've noticed it playing games here and there, and I got so last time there was the freeze on stream, and I got curious and I was monitoring my various parts of the PC for load, and every time that sort of freeze happened, there was a spike in the GPU, and so not quite sure what's happening there, but have to see if I can roll back the drivers and then go from there. Because it's as much as it hasn't happened much on stream, it is definitely annoying, especially during gaming. This happens more often during gaming. What OS? Windows. Okay, let's see. Window. Good, good, good. All right. That was a stream. So anybody for anybody who's here that isn't familiar with after stream, no, after stream. So there's the nice music portion of the stream, and then afterwards for 30 to 60 minutes, there is a portion of the stream where I do a bunch of stretches and other exercises, and people can stay and chat. They can stay and do the exercises and stretches with me. But yeah, it sort of ends up being a body care portion of the stream. So if you'd like to stay for that, awesome. If not, then thank you for coming. And hopefully I'll see you next weekend. We usually do Friday, Saturday, Sundays here. Elena! Oh. Oh dear. We just wrapped up the music portion. Oh, that's timing. Oh dear. Number. I'll do my best to stay awake, but it's nearly 2 a.m. Oh dear. Oh wait, are you on the East Coast? I hadn't realized. Or I probably had realized at some point and completely forgotten. That's okay. I suppose at least you were here to, no, you're here for me? Thank you. Oop. Give me just a sec to squeak without absolutely murdering your ears. Okay, there we go. No late night ramen snack to keep you awake, numbers? The music is just icing on the cake? Oh dear. And here I thought it was the other way around. I need to take a quick 5-minute break before we do the stretching portion. Along nice is it? I guess you agreed to. Feels weird to like my whole life it's been like, sorry, not my whole life, up through like elementary school, like right, like parents will come to music things because I mean a child but also cute, right? And then middle school the music teacher was like, all right, so got some good news and some bad news. Good news, you're getting pretty good. Bad news, your audience will no longer come just because you're cute. You do indeed actually have to play music decently. Um, so yeah, it's yeah. This is a not a new experience, but a very very unfamiliar experience. It's been a number of years. That said, I suppose the last time that I was playing music and people were coming for cute little Tabby, right? That was I wasn't sitting here being able to chat and talk about various things and go on like 45-minute tangents about like, you know, various video game characters and their arcs and directors and companies. Numbers, you play games poorly and people still come to your streams. I mean, you don't have to be good at games. It's you know, it's like you're entertaining. You're cute though, cute big Tabby. Thank you. Feels like it's been a while since I've actually been cute. Yeah, no, actually I think it's been just about since about the same time period. It's been a long time. Let's see. Do I need anything? Okay, let me put the violin away, and then little 5-minute break, and then stretching. I suppose swan diving into dirt is pretty entertaining. Not just that, but your reactions to it and the various things that, you know, that happen and that you talk about and all of the things. I suppose in that sense, it's, I guess I can sort of make sense of people staying even without the music. And that the music is the main part for most of the stream, but still just a part of the stream. Oh, poor kitty. Oh, thanks. Of course. Honestly, it's I don't envy streamers that play games. It's like, I mean, the games are entertaining, but you sort of have to be entertaining the whole time, right? Like you have to be talking about various things while playing the game. And like I get to mostly just sit here and play awesome music. I don't actually have to talk during that portion, which is nice. So if I did, I don't know what I'd do. I mean, oops. This poor bow. Feels like it gets left out. It's pretty much a coin flip chance that it gets left out. I think this is what it feels like when like game streamers are like, you know, they're streaming, right? So they have to talk and they're just missing the most obvious things. Just an absolute plain sight. And you're just sitting there just going, it's right there. Where'd you go? Wait, no, it's right there. It's right in your face. And like, intellectually, I've known that, it's, streaming, right? Like, they don't have all of their concentration to give to the game. But I don't know if I've felt that quite as viscerally as I just did leaving out my bow. Yeah, that's. Oh. All right, let's see. Let's see. It's probably enough. Mm-mm. All right, I will be back in about 5 minutes for the stretching portion of the stream. And hopefully, most of you will be here then. And we can continue chatting and do various ways of inflicting pain upon ourselves for our future selves' benefit. Be right back. And we're back. There we go. Yo! Alright, let me get this stuff off real quick. Then we can get into the fun pain. Actually, the last few days I've been sitting in bed doing a nerve flossing for my legs. Because one of the things about hamstring flexibility is that often it's actually not inhibited by hamstring flexibility. It's often inhibited by nerve things. Actually, one of the exercises that we do here almost every time is a nerve flossing thing, where it's you take your hand and you go like this, and then you push it down, and then you lean away with your neck. That's is it radial? It's one of the EL nerves that runs down your arm. Anyway, let's see, how is the volume? Test. Oh, right. Okay. Let's see. Let's scooch it there. There we go. I think this is good, hopefully. If it gets in the way, we can change it later, too. All right. Stretching portion. Who do we have left? I need to do core exercises. I do a lot of lower body exercises and some upper body exercises, but my core gets neglected hard. It gets neglected hardcore, which actually ends up creating a soft core. Oh, hello. Just in time for Octavia and a camisole. We're left. Hello. You do be here, yes. All right, let's see. What should we do? Let's just do these. Just open, close, open, close. You do core exercises sometimes? Bless. Wish I had a larger variety of clothes that I could wear for stream, but as long as summer lasts, I'm relatively limited in what I can wear. I have like effectively 2 outfits that I can wear. So elbow to shoulder, and this angle can be up or down. Just depends on where you need the stretch. You have almost no cute summer clothes? Yeah, that's where I'm at too. It's really most of the time I spend, like, not on stream. I tend to spend basically in one of these camisoles, whether it's I have black, I have red, pardon, and I have gray, but they're the things that um, keep most of the heat from staying near the skin, and like a loose skirt, um, usually a shorter one, just because that gives my legs clearance, and then like little short, um, what are they called? Ankle socks, the ones that go below your ankle joint. Um, and that's, oh, other arm. Um, as always, this isn't medical advice. This is literally just exercises that I'm going to do because I learned them from various people. Oh, wait a minute. We got requests? When did that happen? Oh, you need a skirt still? Oh. So if there are any secondhand stores that you can visit, those tend to be a really nice place, not just for getting skirts at affordable rates, but also for like trying on various different types of skirts. For me, I tend to, so like this one, it's this sort of line, right? An A-line skirt. And my longer skirts as well have the thick band here and then go out. And those tend to be both the easiest to move in and also the coolest. You want to go get some again? Requests came in while I was away. Oh. Let's see. Wait a minute. Who were they from? Conair. Oh. Oh dear. I'm sorry, Conair. Hopefully next time. Yeah, you want to go to some again? And it can be a lot of fun too. Trying out, I mean, all sorts of things really. I didn't really know I liked camisoles until I got some at a secondhand place, and they didn't fit very well. But they fit enough well enough that I could wear them, right? And so, oh, ended up being able to get some new ones for myself, and then yeah, that's basically pretty much the skinwear I wear for my torso all year round. Um, Unfortunately, A-line skirts I've had trouble finding on anything other than nasty fast fashion or like ridiculous overpriced high fashion. No in between. Oh, I know for me, what's worked is I think 3 of my skirts that have pockets, the ones that have the thick bands here, come from Amazon, but they're like 35, 40 each. I think I got 1 or 2 myself and received another one as a birthday gift the first year after I came out. Lena, you've been wanting to go to secondhand stores with a friend, but that just never worked out. Yeah, that can be a difficulty. They're just so good for compensating for a relative lack of hips. Yeah, and like for me especially. So with this, I have my what do you call it? Sports bra underneath, and it's relatively thick, right? And so there's actually, wow, you can kind of see how far in my hip actually is, or my waist actually is. And so to be able to actually accentuate that and then let the rest of the skirt flow is really, really nice. And it's when skirts have these relatively like smaller waistbands, I tend to wear like what do you call it? It's basically mini corsets. that aren't super like all the way up here or all the way up over the overbust, underbust, overbust. There we go. Um, and that helps accentuate that. But yeah, it really does help. Oof. And also for me, they've been so like the formula I figured out for mask clothing was um, dress shoes, dress pants slash black jeans, um, a waistcoat, a decent waistcoat, and then changing the button up for expression, right? Um, and with femme clothes, a lot of the time now I'm doing sort of the opposite, where I have the black ruffle blouse, right? And so I end up black ruffle blouse, black mini corset, black thigh highs, black shoes, and then the skirt is the skirt plus um, this, something like this, ends up being the splash of color, um, or something like uh, uh-huh, there we go. So this is actually a hairpiece, right? Made of the little scale things, but because it has the clip, I can actually put it as a little, like a brooch type thing. So yeah, it's if I'm wearing a blue-ish skirt, then I find that that works really well. Actually, that's so you can grab your arm here, or you can grab over the elbow here. Um, this is stretching your lats, which is down here. And for me, this arm sits really contracted the whole time I'm playing violin, so needs some really good stretching. Ugh. The other thing is like, so my hip bones aren't particularly wide, right? But my musculature is pretty decent down the lower body. Like that's been most of my muscle mass my whole life. And so A-line skirts, ugh, or yeah, A-line skirts really benefit from that. And that's something that we can actually change, right? Like we can't change our bone structure very easily. But musculature is something that we can help. And so getting the things like various hip muscles trained up can help there. Okay, so arms, 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 arms. Okay, so we're gonna take our thumbs and go look at this, stretch straight out, and then it's just sort of with your fist straight up like this. It's nodding or bowing, so you can sort of see how I'm doing nice and slow. And like if you're stretchy, you can probably go like this relatively far. But just take it slow. Listen to your body. If you're here and you like barely go and it's painful, possible tendonitis. Depending on what you do for a living or depending on what your daily habits are. I know for me, I get elbow tendonitis on both the inner and the outer side because of my living habits. Basically, violin and computer. Oh. And back when I worked as a chef, so in the kitchen you do dexterous things with your dominant hand and heavy things with your offhand, right? Which means that my left hand, i.e. my left elbow, got most of the heavy strain, while the right hand got to do all of the fun dexterous tasks. So, at least with violin, it's honestly sort of the opposite. I mean, they both take a ton of dexterity. That's why there's no like main hand offhand in violin. There's no left-handed violin. It's you just yeah. It's kind of like saying left-handed, flute. Just both hands do the things. But with the bow arm, the muscles on my right shoulder, you can actually see like that there's actually something here. Whereas the left arm, there's really not much, or the left shoulder, the left delt. But like really, that's about the only musculature difference that I have in my torso. You met a left-handed fiddle player one time? God, that is so weird. Like you'd have, paying out the nose for effectively well, no, the structure would have to be different for a violin if you were going to flip the strings. Was mind-blowing to watch a mirrored version? Oh. Yeah, the bass bar and the sound post would have to be flipped, and really you would have to flip the strings. Yeah, thus the strings. The strings are normal. What? That makes no sense. Because the bass bar has to go under the lower strings, and the sound post goes under the higher strings. And also with a violin, your hand comes around this way, right? And so in the higher positions, it's easiest to access the strings closer to your hand and not the opposite side of the bridge, or it's the opposite side of the fingerboard. And that we play a lot of our high stuff on the E string, which is the closest of the four to our hand. Yeah, upside down violin. Yeah, it's and like to get a teacher that can like compensate for that, or just directly teach that in a violin that is like that. It's just like they're no for what benefit? So you can use your dominant hand for your bow hand. Why not just use the extra dexterity for your finger hand? Yes, miss. I do need pets. Do you need pets? Mm-hmm. You want to smell my thumb, but not my fingers. Okay. To be fair, they do smell like rosin. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. And you. Just brute force by going to sessions from a young age? Yeah, that works. Oh. Okay, so it's just neck. It says mostly traps. Just letting the weight of your head hang. And this next one is let's see. Actually, I can take this off. I took off the choker, but I forgot about the ribbon. Basically, it's you're trying to get your head back up this way, but sort of Shifting back in this way to stretch the back of the head. Forward. Back. Basically, you're giving yourself a double chin. Oh, right. And I'm just going one shoulder at a time to give it the proper attention. Yes, Mew? She's staring at me. Let's see. This one, again, we're gonna do basically take your hand, twist it on this way. Felt a spider web. Twist it around this way, and then you lower the shoulder. You might be able to feel a stretch here, but while you're doing that, there we go. Then you just lean your head away from that. This is nerve flossing, so nothing too intense. Oh. I haven't even started the nerve flossing part yet. I'm literally just doing the hand twisty part. And that's causing quite the stretch on my forearm. Okay. Oh. I think I need to do this throughout the rest of the week, even when I'm not streaming. I'm gonna take hands like this. And you can do it back behind you like this to the lower side. And basically you're sort of feeling like somebody like there's a force pulling you from between your collarbones, right at the top of the rib cage there. Oh. You can also use a chair like this to have it up here, which will give you a different stretch. But for me, my chair's a little hard right now at the top, so that just hurts my wrists. All right, next one is, oof, ow. So if you have a lacrosse ball, cool. Tennis ball, golf ball, any of those work. An elbow works as well. Hey, numbers. Numbers. Hey numbers. This is a forearm thing. So on your forearm, there's there's hard point on the elbow, hard point on the elbow here. And just inside this hard point and along here, down that fiber, especially in this area, you can put a ball in here, which if you have something soft to put your elbow on, that would be best. I recommend a ball of some sort because you can actually put your whole palm's weight into it, which means you can get better pressure than trying to use your fingers for this. Also, it means you don't have to use quite as much strength from your other arm if you want to go even more efficient with it, or if you don't have a ball. You can actually use the bottom of your elbow here, like this hard plane, up against that. And with this one, you're sort of, it's effective. You're basically taking your rib cage into your shoulder, into your forearm, and pressing into it and down along the fiber. And you're basically, you end up not using any of the forearm or hand muscles, and you use the much larger torso and shoulder muscles that control your arm, your forearm, not forearm, upper arm. This can be a really nice way of getting relief to your forearm without putting stress on your other forearm. But really do like put something soft under your elbow. You want a hard surface and then something soft, and that way you're not shoving your elbow into a hard surface, but you have that nice support so that when you do press in, it's not like a bed where you're just going to get squish. Failed to find a vaguely ball-shaped thing? Here, vaguely ball-shaped thing. This is... You can go down along the fibers. I wouldn't recommend going across the fibers. Go down along them, sort of press in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Or you can just go in, just sort of back and forth and back. New spot, back and forth, back and forth. What to do with it? So you take your palm, you kind of like this, and then you can exert pressure. This sort of motion, but you put it into, hi camera, hard point of your elbow, hard part of your elbow, and then just inside, along here. It's not quite the inside of the elbow here, but sort of halfway between the inside and the outside of the elbow is a bunch of fibers here of your forearm that you can put into it. you sort of can do the inside here, but it's a little harder. This top part especially is what gets super stressed for me for violin, and for typing as well, because these are the muscles that do this motion. And with every, we think of typing as this, right? This sort of motion, and same thing with violin, this, right? But then every time you actually have to lift your fingers, so it gets very, very, very stressed. And the good thing about a ball is that you can just roll it slowly up and down. Again, up and down the fibers, up and down your forearm, not across. There are ways to do it across fibers, but with the ball, you can just slowly, roll it around and see what feels good. Again, if there's like sudden sharp pain, you may be right near, you may be hitting more tendon, ligament, and not actual muscle, which is ideally what you're trying to massage out here. Your lacrosse ball is putting in work right now? Yeah. There's a reason I adore this thing. Don't have a proper ball? Get one? I think their lacrosse balls are relatively cheap. Oh, so these are lacrosse balls. I'll just type it in chat here. So tennis balls have a little too much give for me. They flatten out. They flatten out a little bit too much, and I can't get proper pinpoint pressure. Golf balls are possible, but they feel a little too small, and it feels like they hurt more on the hand using them. Lacrosse balls are this really nice, like tennis ball, slightly smaller than a baseball shape, and it's not like plastic hard. It's still rubber. It's still got bounce, but it's only got a little bit of give. And it's really nice and solid. That's it. Like, that's how we realized we were slightly behind on the stream. Oh. Yeah, that happens sometimes. So I don't know how it just naturally happens without input. It may also be that some inputs. Oh, saw the message before you went to type. Oh, that's smart. Same there. There was a bit of delay. What in the world? Okay. Also, the cool thing about these is that you can take them. So take them and cup them in your hand, and do motions across the back and the shoulders here, without putting stress on any one finger. You can see very, very effective. You just sort of let the ball roll, while putting pressure into it with all 4 fingers. And you don't have to go quite to where I'm going. I know my body a decent bit, and so I know what pain, even if it's relatively strong pain, I know what pain is muscle and what pain is things I should not be putting pressure on. But if you're not fairly familiar with human physiology, and especially your own physiology, I would recommend going relatively light. The sort of the feel good pressure, not quite pain sort of levels. And that with time will totally get knots out. Oh. Again, on the side, it's sort of letting it roll sideways here. Up and down the trapezius here. So that's one of my main issues back here. Good gods. This poor shoulder. Uh-huh. What's up? What? Do you need pets? Okay. Yeah. What do I do? Also, so there's the collarbone here. Collarbone's here. And there's the pec muscles just underneath. Let's go like this so that I can actually show my left side. So there's the root points along this arc. And this can be really nice. You can take all 4 fingers and just sort of run it along that root where the attachment points is. I wish we could just meow and get pins. Yeah. Would be nice. For me, I tend to get most of my stress down here. Right at where the pec roots into the shoulder here. And this is even worse on my right side. It's fairly bad on my left, but much, much worse on my right, I think. Let's see, how bad is it? Oh, yep, I can just... Oh. The knots, they exist. And with the larger muscles on the chest and the back, you can actually be up against a wall with this. So like, if usually I have like the corner of a large wall here and be pressing my right shoulder into that wall, but with my left side, you know, off of the corner here so that I can press in a little more and not be like the wall like this. With your back, you can just do it up against the straight wall in the middle of the wall. It's nice and easy, and you just sort of, you know, move your torso around to get the proper spots. Oh. Oh. Right. And again, this is all... I think I might be made of knots. Load-bearing knots, please do not remove. Oh. Primary construction material, muscle knots. Oh, I feel that, yeah. It's Mm. God. You just have one side that's like super, super, tense. That's the word, tense. Then you can use the other side to massage that and be just fine. Um, I sort of have issues all across my torso, and up into the neck. So this is only doing me temporary good. All right, let's see what's the same. That's what a wall is good for. If you have, like I said, a ball, then you can just be backed up against the wall with the backed up against the wall with the ball between you and the wall, um, and just use the weight of your body to press back into it. Um, and that's usually something that I do in the kitchen as well, because we have the nice big wall where the oven and the microwave sit in, and there's a nice corner for me as well. So, but they're also like some of the very few straight, solid, sorry, flat, solid walls in this house, because as you see, especially my room, 90% of my room is like this, and the portions that aren't are doors, and they aren't solid metal doors, and they aren't solid wood doors. They're like, the usual relatively light, um sort of, relatively tough but internally hollow wooden doors. um and I don't want to be taking my whole body weight and pressing it into a point this big, because that's how you destroy things, or at least damage them. Okay, let's see. The other thing, we were talking about traps earlier. Trapezius is, it anchors up here. Actually, we can do this. So it anchors up here. Here-ish, somewhere in here. And then like middle of the back down here. Clunk. So if you take a towel and spin it, or twist it up, it'll be relatively nice for this one. In my case, I was given this, which makes this a little easier. So you put it back behind you. One goes here, like you're squishing it up against your side with your elbow and forearm. And then the other side comes, Mike. There we go. Up and over. And then you're trying to get pressure down along the meaty part of this, but also trying not to put too much pressure on the front side here, which is the scalenes. You don't really want to like crush these. Be careful with your hair while doing this. This eats hair, especially if you have a twisted up towel. Okay. So you put tension on this. Let me get a little better handle, actually. There we go. Put tension, and then you lean into it. Oh. 3 to 5 times, especially if you're doing this multiple times a day. Just 3 times a side. And then keep that tension and you go over the other way, which will actually help stretch. Okay, now over to my problem side. You don't want to put too much strength into the side, the arm on the side that you're actually working on. Just sort of let it sit and relax it. What's the shape and length of this device? Basically just take a full towel, a long towel, and twist it until you get sort of a noodly shape. This one is I can show you after I'm done with this portion. This one's a little different than a towel. Oh. Going from paracord. Oh, very possibly, yes. I think that's exactly what this is made of. So this is a thinner side that can bite into things a little easier. I use the flat side. But then with handles like this made of the same sort of material and weave. You have so much paracord? Oh. Oh, I just found the tie off. Oh, actually, just found the tie off that isn't tied off. Oh. Paracord's very useful. Looks like a very typical weave people use for paracord. Ah, I didn't know that. So, I don't think I've worked with paracord before. I've worked with different sorts of rope, but not paracord. Usually the base weave for the sorts of rope that I use tend to be a lot thicker. In fact, the base weave of the rope that I use tends to be about this sort of thickness. And the other sort of thing you can do with this, especially, is stretch it out behind you like this. And I tend to get the most stretch in actually my fingers and hands. But I'm sure you can take that stretch and sort of shift it up and down your arms. You made some bracelets and a key fob from paracord before? Oh. So yeah, something like this would probably be relatively within the realm of possibility for you to make. You keep a good amount of paracord in your go bag? Ah. Oh. Same side that I got the big old crack from last night. Yum yum? Yes. You're quite a ways away. Come on. No? You have a bit in your backpack? Cool thing is that this does fold down really nice and tight. It's ended up actually finding just like, it's just like this. So I ended up finding room in my relatively slim desk drawers for this. Next, the come get me now meow. Yeah. So the thing I'm going to do is go like this behind the head here. And then use my thumbs to press into the base of the skull from both sides of the neck here. Very, very gentle with your neck. The back side's a little sturdier than the front, but still a relatively relatively fragile structures. Oh. Oh. Unfortunately, I found a very, very sensitive knot. And going straight sideways versus going slightly forward will get you different stretches. We've actually crossed the 4-hour mark, I just realized, and heading towards midnight here. So with that, I think I'm going to have to call it a stream. Thank you all for making it another wonderful stream. That's every weekend. It's the prep can be a little daunting, right? Let's eat and do makeup and do the various bits of prep that are required for stream, and then but the stream itself is absolutely wonderful, and afterwards it's tired but satisfied. Suppose, for, I guess, just, MJ? Good night? For numbers, it might be good morning. I know for Elena, it's good morning, and for Haru, it's, afternoon? Evening-ish? What are you trying to get into, Mew? Oh, do you see a spider somewhere? Oh, all right. Ta-ta for now. And, night-night. Sweet dreams. And hopefully I'll see you all next weekend.